Dalam kesempatan yang berbahagia ini pula, kami juga mohon kepada Bapak Rektor untuk memberikan sambutan selamat datang kepada seluruh peserta ICONIES, dan mohon kepada Bapak Dirjen untuk memberikan keynote speech untuk tema ICONIES kita kali ini, yaitu Embracing Digitalization to Achieve Innovation in Islamic Economic and Business Perspective. Di akhir sambutan ini, izinkan kami menyampaikan sebuah pantun untuk menyemarakkan acara ICONIES kali ini. Burung dara, burung kutilang, terlihat terbang tinggi di udara. Selamat datang di UIN Maliki Malang, semarakan ICONIES dengan riang dan gembira. Kota Malang sungguh mengasihkan, banyak pemandangan penuh warna-warni. Selamat mengikuti konferensi, semoga mendapat ilmu dan berkah silaturahmi. Once again, on behalf of the host and the entire committee, we would like to thank you for your presence and everyone present, and apologize if there are things that are not pleasing. Kota Malang, kota yang bersih. Cukup sekian, terima kasih. Wal afu minkum, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Syukron lil amit, natamanna an yasir hadasuna hadas sobah bisalah satiduna ay awaik.
The next agenda will be a Rector welcoming speech. Allow us to invite the Rector of the State Islamic University of Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang to deliver his welcome remark, and also as an official opening ceremony of the 8th ICONIES 2022. Please welcome Mr. Professor H.M. Zainuddin M.A.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah Sayyidina Muhammad ibn Abdillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. Amma ba'du. The Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Ramdhani, the Director General of Islamic Education, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republik Indonesia, the Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Fuadah binti Johari from USIM, Malaysia, the Honorable Associate Professor Yvette Blount from Deakin University, the Honorable Professor Dr. Nur Asnawi from Universitas Islam Negeri Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, the Honorable Dean and Vice Dean, Vice Rector, Dean and Vice Dean, Faculty of Economic, keynote speakers and presenters, the organizing committee of the conference, and all participants. It is my pleasure to attend the Faculty of Economics 8th Annual Conference, International Conference on Islamic Economic and Business. This kind of event is one of the crucial program of the Faculty of Economic and also this university, UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, or State Islamic University of Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, to confirm its goal for the international reputation and recognition. The invitations for well-known keynote speakers today, both domestic, Indonesia, and overseas, Australia, Malaysia, and so on. And other countries are the sign that our university is one of the hub of the global and update conversation in this exciting field. Ladies and gentlemen, we have for 7 faculties and 48 programs of the study, Islamic studies, social sciences, and natural sciences. This conference provides unique opportunity for all of us because its scope has attracted delegates from all over the world. People with wide-ranging knowledge on the issues of embracing digitalization to achieve innovation to Islamic economics and business perspective. As an Islamic university, we strive to realize intergovernmental higher education by combining science and Islam to produce relevant science, technology, and high competitive culture. In order to be able to provide academic human recognized resources to meet the need of a global society. In developing Islamic economic and business, the digital approach can present various innovations that support economic and business activities. The presence of the VUCA, V-U-C-A, or what condition, or vocality, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Due to the spread of COVID-19, will be turning point on the massive application to technology as an alternative form of acceleration economic recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with the Al-Quran Al-Karim in Surah Al-Alaq, verses 1 to 5, where God has instructed man to continue to learn, to master a science, and to be useful for life. This means that science in Islam is seen as a human need in achieving welfare in the life in the world and providing convenience in knowing God. Therefore, Islam believes that science is part of implementing human obligation as a creator of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, I appreciate this conference, or international conference, in this moment. Ultimately, we hope this conference can give birth to new idea and thoughts that can continue to knowledge, to contribute of knowledge development. Once more, as we host this conference, we look forward to meeting and discussing digitalization, issues to achieve innovation in Islamic economic and business. We also invite you to be part of our institution by joining any of the Islamic economic and finance program we offer at different levels. Finally, let's open officially this international conference by recite Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Once again, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your delightful speech, Mr. And to Rector, please to remain in place to symbolically hand over souvenirs to the speakers. Once again, to Rector, please to remain in place to symbolically hand over souvenirs to the speakers. For Dr. Fuadah binti Johari, Professor Dr. Haj Nur Asnawi M.Ag, please come forward to receive the souvenirs. To accompany the Vice Rector, Dean and the Vice Dean can also come forward to take some documentation. For the Rector, please hand over the souvenir for Dr. Fuadah binti Johari. For the Dean, please hand over the souvenir to Professor Dr. Haj Nur Asnawi M.Ag. Okay, for the Rector, speakers, Dean and the Vice Dean are welcome to sit back. Okay. For Rector, Vice Rector, Speakers, Dean, and the Vice Dean are welcome to sit back. The next agenda is the recitation Keynote Speech by the Director General of Islamic Education, Ministry of Religion, Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, the video speech of Mr. Professor Dr. Haj Muhammad Ali Ramdhani, S.TP, MT. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Muhammad Ali Ramdhani, Direktur Jenderal Pendidikan Islam Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia, mengaturkan terima kasih yang telah mengundang saya untuk menghadiri the 8th International Conference of Islamic Economics and Business atau biasa dikenal dengan ICONIES. Konferensi yang tentu saja tidak dapat dilewatkan sebagai sebuah pertemuan sivitas akademika dan acara relevansi global. Judul tahun ini, penerapan teknologi menjadi sangat penting, bahkan inovasinya telah memberikan kemudahan dalam beraktivitas. Dalam konteks ekonomi, penggunaan energi terbarukan akan berdampak pada pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan. Sementara itu, ekonomi dan keuangan syariah digital telah menghubungkan model bisnis konvensional menjadi lebih moderat dengan aktivitas tanpa batas ruang dan waktu, menjadi solusi alternatif dalam mendorong pemulihan ekonomi pasca pandemi. Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Islam sangat mendukung konferensi ini sebagai dukungan terhadap tugas dan fungsi kami di dalam merumuskan kebijakan dan standar teknis di bidang pendidikan Islam melalui penguatan lembaga pendidikan dan kapasitas pengelola pendidikan dengan partisipasi para pemangku kepentingan pengembangan pendidikan. Kami berharap melalui konferensi ini, Universitas Islam Negeri Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang menjadi pelopor terkemuka dalam pengembangan pendidikan Islam. Selamat berpartisipasi dalam Konferensi Internasional Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam yang ke-8. Saya berharap seluruh peserta dapat berkontribusi untuk menciptakan iklim inovasi yang maju dan bermanfaat bagi pemulihan ekonomi Indonesia melalui pengembangan ekonomi dan bisnis syariah. Saya juga mengapresiasi peran UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang dalam memperkuat perannya dalam membangun gagasan integrasi sains dan agama dalam konteks pendidikan Islam. Demikian, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Al-Barnamijul Qadim huwa tilawatid du'a ila sahibatil wadifa al-waqt iya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana. إنك أنت العليم الحكيم ربنا افتح بيننا وبين قومنا بالحق وأنت خير الفاتحين اللهم يا الله يا أرحم الراحمين يا أرحم الراحمين فارحمنا وأنت خير الراحمين ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, hanya kepadamu kami menyembah dan hanya kepadamu kami mohon pertolongan. Jadikanlah kegiatan ini sebagai penyegar, pembangkit dan penggugah semangat kami dalam meningkatkan kualitas ilmu kami. Sehingga kami bisa bekerja secara profesional, proporsional dengan baik dan tekun, sebagai bukti syukur dan penghambaan kami kepadamu. Ya Rabbana, hari ini kami berkumpul di sini dalam kegiatan ICONIES, berdiskusi, mengurai fikir untuk memberikan sumbangsih terbaik bagi bangsa, khususnya kampus UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang tercinta ini. Karenanya ya Allah, lancarkanlah acara kami, berkahilah, penuhilah pertemuan ini dengan kebaikan dari awal hingga akhir nanti. Ya Fattahu ya Alim, bukalah fikiran kami, lenturkanlah lidah kami dan berikanlah kepada kami ide-ide cemerlang untuk membangun kekuatan ekonomi bangsa ini. Oleh karenanya, anugerahkanlah kepada kami ilmu yang bermanfaat sebagai bekal kami dalam menjalani kehidupan di dunia ini, serta berilah kami kekuatan untuk mampu mengamalkan dan menyebarluaskan ilmu yang telah Engkau anugerahkan kepada kami. Limpahkanlah kepada yang hadir pada acara kali ini kesehatan, kekuatan, kemudahan dan keikhlasan serta kecerdasan dan kearifan dalam mengikuti acara ini. Ya Allah yang Maha Pengasih, satukanlah hati kami, padukanlah langkah kami, luaskan pengetahuan dan segarkan pemahaman kami agar kami dapat memetik hikmah yang terkandung di dalamnya. Jadikanlah kegiatan ini sebagai amal ibadah dan dapat terlaksana dengan baik dan sukses. Rabb Allahumma arinal haqqa haqqa warzuqna ittiba'ah wa arinal batila batila warzuqna ijtinabah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Bisirril Fatihah. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Amin, amin ya Rabbal Alamin.
The next agenda is signing of MOU with stakeholders and presentation of the 8th ICONIES 2022 Co-Host Award Charter. We give to those in charge.
We are so honored and grateful to the universities and institutions that have supported the 8th ICONIES International Conference on Islamic Economics and Business 2022, organized by the Faculty of Economics, State Islamic University, Maulana Malik Ibrahim of Malang. We would like to thank the co-hosts, University Sains Islam Malaysia, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Universitas Jember, Universitas Negeri Malang, Universitas Islam Negeri Sultan Toha Safiuddin Jambi, Universitas Widyagama Malang, Universitas Islam Lamongan, Universitas Muhammadiyah Riau, Universitas Brawijaya, Institut Agama Islam Negeri Kediri, Universitas Potensi Utama Medan, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Malang Kucecwara, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Mandala Jember, Universitas Islam Negeri Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan, Universitas Darul Ulum Jombang, Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Mas Said Surakarta, Universitas PGRI Kanjuruhan Malang, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Indonesia Surabaya, Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta, Universitas Islam Negeri Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau, Dinas Koperasi UKM Provinsi Jawa Timur. Once again, we would like to thank all universities and institutions that have supported the 8th ICONIES 2022. We are so honored and grateful to the sponsor who have supported the 8th ICONIES.
For the first session is signing of MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. Please come forward. Ketua Setiesia Surabaya, Rektor ITS Mandala Jember, Wakil Ketua STIE Malang Kucecwara, for Rector, please come forward to signing MOU. Please take some documentation. Rector and stakeholders are welcome to sit back. For the second session is signing MOA, Memorandum of Agreement. Please come forward. Dekan IAIN Pekalongan, Dekan IAIN Kediri, Dekan FEB Universitas Negeri Jember, Wakil Dekan FEB Universitas Negeri Malang, Dekan Widyagama Malang, Dekan Universitas PGRI Kanjuruhan Malang, Dekan Universitas Darul Ulum Jombang, Wakil Dekan UIN Sultan Syahrir Riau, Korprodi Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Korpodri Universitas Islam Lamongan, Dekan Universitas Islam Raden Rahmat, Please sign the MOA. Please take some documentation. For the Dean and all of stakeholders are welcome to sit back. And for the third session is signing of sponsorship. Please welcome KAP Hari Purnomo dan Jaswadi. KAP Kukuh Budianto.
We are so honored and grateful to the sponsor who have supported the 8th ICONIES International Conference
PT
on
Sinergi
Islamic
Cipta
Academics and
Solusi.
Business 2022,
Piranha Smart Center.
organized by the Faculty of Economics, State Islamic University, Maulana Malik Ibrahim of Malang. We would like to thank for the sponsorship provided by E&R, Irfan and Rahmawan, Public Accountant from Synergy, Malang Pos, Bank Tabungan Negara, KAP Hari Purnomo dan Jaswadi, PSC Brevet, M&K and Partners, Alami, PT Petrosida Gresik, and Laila Gai. Once again, thank you very much for all sponsors who have supported the 8th ICONIES 2022.
Please take some documentation. For the Dean and all of partner agreement are welcome to sit back. For the next session, For the next session is receive the certificate and please come forward. UPT Dinas Koperasi Jawa Timur, UIN Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid, Pekalongan, UIN Raden Mas Said Surakarta. And for the next session is giving certificate and take some documentation. Please come forward. UPT Dinas Koperasi Jawa Timur, UIN Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid Pekalongan, UIN Raden Mas Said Surakarta, IAIN Kediri, UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta, Universitas Brawijaya, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Indonesia Surabaya, Universitas Negeri Malang, Universitas Widyagama Malang, UIN Sultan Syarif Kasim Riau, Universitas PGRI Kanjuruhan Malang, Universitas Islam Lamongan, Universitas Negeri Jember, STIE Mandala Jember, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, STIE Mandala, STIE Malang Kucecwara, Universitas Darul Ulum Jombang, KAP Hari Purnomo dan Jaswadi, KAP Kukuh Budianto, PTN Malang, PT Sinergi Cipta Solusi, Piranha Smart Center, Universitas Brawijaya. Ojo disingkat bisa. UIN Raden Mas Said Iya sekarang. Please welcome. Please come forward. Ini CPV ini. Huge applause, please, for signing of MOU and MOA.
Please come forward, Jurnal Pendidikan Bisnis dan Manajemen Universitas Negeri Malang, Jamal Universitas Brawijaya, Sirka UIN Raden Mas Said Surakarta, Iktis Hadia Febi IAIN Madura, Dialektika Unira Malang, Jurnal Akuntansi Aktual Universitas Negeri Malang, JRAAM Polinema, Imanensi Forum Dosen Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam, JMAK Universitas Islam Darul Ulum Lamongan, IJI Batch Febi IAIN Pekalongan, Ekobis Universitas Negeri Malang, Malang Pos. Please come forward, Jurnal Pendidikan Bisnis dan Manajemen Universitas Negeri Malang, Jamal Universitas Brawijaya, Sirkah UIN Raden Mas Said Surakarta, Iktis Hadia Febi IAIN Madura, Dialektika Unira Malang, Jurnal Akuntansi Aktual Universitas Negeri Malang, JRAAM Polinema, Imanensi Forum Dosen Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam, JMAK Universitas Islam Darul Ulum Lamongan, IJI Batch Febi IAIN Pekalongan, Ekobis Universitas Negeri Malang, Malang Pos. Please come forward, Laila Gani.
Please take some documentation. Okay, thank you so much, and please give a huge of applause. And now, we will enter the heart of our event today. We proceed to the international seminar agenda. There will be 3 great speakers that will give new insight to all of us about embracing digitalization to achieve innovation in Islamic economics and business perspective. Please welcome Dr. Yvette Blount as a Dean and Associate Professor at Skyline Higher Education and Deakin University, Australia. They join with us online by Zoom meeting. Please come forward, Dr. Fuadah binti Johari as an Associate Professor at University Islam Malaysia. Please accompany to come forward our moderator, Ms. Yuniarti Hidayah Suyoso Putra, S.A. M.Ag, PhD.
Wa Ustadz Ad-Duktur Al-Hajj Nur Asnawi M.Ag, Ustadz fi Jami'ah Maulana Malik Ibrahim Al-Islamiyah Al-Hukumiyah Malang, alladhi sayudiruhu Ad-Duktur Al-Hajj Ahmad Jalaluddin LC.M.A, Kasikir Tirli Barnamij Dirosati Ad-Duktura fil Iqtisad Al-Islami.
For all speakers and moderator, please come forward.
Qabla dukhul fin nadwat ad-dawliyat ismah lana bi qiraati siyara ad-datiyah lil mudir hadas sobah. Al-ism Ad-Duktur Al-Hajj Ahmad Jalaluddin LC.M.A, Makanul Milad Sidoarjo, Tarikhul Milad Tis'ata Asyar Yuliu Alfin Watis Umiatin Salasa Wasabain, Wadifa Sikirtir Kismu Doktora Al-Iqtisad Al-Islami Jami'ah Maulana Malik Ibrahim Al-Islamiyah Al-Hukumiyah Malang, Al-Mu'ahhalu Ad-Dirosi Biklurius Asy-Syari'ah Al-Islamiyah min Jami'ah Al-Azhar Bijumhuriyatil Mesir Al-Arabiyah, Majistir Al-Iqtisad Al-Islami min Jami'ah Wadinil Bijumhuriyati Sudan, Doktora Ilmul Iqtisad min Jami'ah Brawijaya Malang.
And curriculum vitae of the Miss Yuniarti with the full name Mrs. Yuniarti Hidayah Suyoso Putra, M.Ag, M.Res, PhD. She is a head Department of Accounting and Economic Faculty of the State Islamic University of Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang. She had graduated from Monash University, Australia, and reached Doctor of Philosophy from Macquarie University of Australia. For Mrs. Yuniarti and Mr. Jalaluddin, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Good morning ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yuni. I'm the one that become the moderators for today international conference. Allow me to welcome our keynote speakers and then all distinguished guests and all conference participants who are joining us today offline and online from around the world. deep gratitude and praise to the Almighty God for all of the blessing, grace, and mercies that have made us possible to gather in this room in excellent condition and health. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of this 8th International Conference of Islamic Economic and Business is embracing digitalization to achieve innovation in Islamic economic and business perspective. And beside me, there is two great speakers and one great speakers which will join us online via Zoom. The first one is Associate Professor Fuadah binti Johari from University Science Islam Malaysia, and then Professor Dr. Haj Nur Asnawi M.Ag from the State Islamic University Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, and Associate Professor Yvette Blount from Deakin University, Australia, which is will join us via Zoom later on. I also would like to welcome my moderator partner, Dr. Ahmad Jalaluddin LC.M.A, the Secretary of the Study Program, Doctor of Economic Sharia, Islamic University Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang. Ladies and gentlemen, the international conference will be conducted in panels and will be delivered in English for the first and the third keynote speaker, Arabic and Indonesian for the second keynote speaker. Each keynote speaker will present for about 20 minutes, and at the end we will have a question and answer session for about 30 minutes for all three keynote speakers. Before we start the conference, allow me to remind the rules for participants during the conference. The first one, please turn off or silent your mobile phone. And then for the online participant, please turn off the microphone during the speaker's presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the presentation, allow me to read the brief CV of the first, the second, and the third speaker. The first CV for Associate Professor Fuadah binti Johari from University Science Malaysia. Her office address in Fakulti Ekonomi dan Muamalat, University Science Islam Malaysia, 71800 nilai, Negeri 9. Her academic qualification is Bachelor of Honors in Sharia in 1999, Master of Sharia in 2004, PhD 2011 from University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur. Her current position is Associate Professor at USIM and Sharia Committee member, Citibank Malaysia Berhad, Islamic Windows. Her field of specialization is Islamic Social Finance and Economics, which includes zakat, wakaf, baitul mal, poverty alleviation, or any other society-based economic, and also gender study. And she wrote and writes many papers and received awards in the field of her specialization. And the CV for second speakers, Professor Dr. Haj Nur Asnawi, M.Ag from Islamic University Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang. Prof. Asnawi is the professor in Islamic Economic in Faculty of Economy in the State of Islamic University Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang. And then his specialty research interest is in Islamic economic, marketing Sharia, and also business ethic. And today, he also accompanied by his wife, lovely wife. I would like to give gratitude to Bu Nina, which is also take a picture of our guest today. And also he's got 3 lovely children. And the education of Prof. Asnawi for the undergraduate is from Institute Agama Islam Negeri Sunan Ampel Malang, study program Arabic, and then also undergraduate from University of Gajayana Malang, major in Islamic economic study, and also for the master degree from University of Muhammadiyah Malang, major in Islamic economic, and for the doctorate degree is from Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Ampel Surabaya, also major in Islamic economic. That is and also the third speaker for Associate Yvette Blount, the CV of Associate Yvette Blount, Associate Professor Yvette Blount. Her current position is the Dean and Associate Professor at Skyline Higher Education and Honorary Associate Professor at Deakin Business School, Australia. She also a Senior Fellow of the Higher Education Australia, which is the evidence of her strong contribution to course development, leadership, and mentoring in learning and teaching. Her research interests are anywhere working, supply chains, telehealth, cybersecurity, which is include cyber governance, management, and ethics, blockchains, and other emerging technologies. And before her career, he worked in senior and consulting roles in the banking and IT industry. She also one of the book authors related to the information system and teleworking. That's the CV of 3 of our keynote speakers, and I hope you and me also looking forward for the discussion later on. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great pleasure to honor our first speaker, Associate Professor Fuadah binti Johari, to talk about information sharing between wakaf beneficiaries and donors via a digital platform in instilling social innovation from the perspective of Islamic economic. Before that, please give applause to Professor Fuadah. Professor, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Yuni, for the kind moderations. Yang berbahagia, all professors, senior lecturers, and all academician, researchers. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Panelist member, Professor Dr. Haji Asnawi, Assalamualaikum, and Ustaz Jalan, yeah, Alhamdulillah. So for today, may I get this slide? Slide. Oh, I control slide. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Alhamdulillah for so far, too far. So, yang mana? Corner. Oh, corner sana. Okay, ya, yeah, okay. Boleh. Okay. Sorry. Susah juga. Kembali. Susah juga. Jauh. Kembalikan ke depan. Back. First slide, please. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So my topic for today is information sharing between Wakaf beneficiaries and donors via a digital platform in instilling social innovations from the perspective of Islamic economics. Before that, I would like to recite doa. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim. Maha suci Allah, Maha suci Kau ya Allah, tiada satu ilmu pun melainkan semuanya daripada-Mu ya Allah. Kurniakanlah kami ilmu, manfaatkanlah kami ilmu. Mudah-mudahan apa yang saya sampaikan ini memberi manfaat, insya-Allah. Amin ya rabbal alamin. So I am a Associate Professor, Dr. Fuadah Johari. I am also Coordinator and Director of Islamic Finance and Wealth Management Institute, IFMI, Faculty of Economics and Muamalat, University Sains Islam Malaysia. This study is actually joint research with my co-researchers. Oh, next. I have struggled to oh, delay.
Next slide, please. Operator, next slide.
Kalau dari sini jauh sangat dia punya. I think I cannot control from here, so I need help from the controller at the corner to help me to put slide. Yes, thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience, ya. Kadang-kadang teknologi, this is technology. Kadang-kadang canggih pun we have to be patient. Mungkin saya yang kurang canggih. Teknologi canggih dah. Saya yang kurang canggih. Okay, so this is okay. Yes, thank you. Next slide. Okay, this is our co-researchers. Next to me is Dr. Hani Misbahul, Professor Prof. Ahmad Noor, Dato' Hasna Harun, Dr. Azwan Ahmad from USIM, and then Dr. Kinan Salim and Dr. Ahmad Fahmi from Dr. Kinan Salim from International Center for Education and Islamic Finance (INSEF), and Dr. Ahmad Fahmi from University Malaysia Kelantan. Okay, next slide, the third slide. Sorry, next. Okay, yes, thank you. I'll stop here. Okay, so this is the overall, not this one. Back one slide. Kembali, yeah. Okay, yes, thank you. So this is the overall, okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Silalah bermesra dengan saya. So, tak boleh juga. Tak boleh. Okey, macam okey. Oh, dia terbalik. Ya. Ya. Itu pointer. Macam okey tu? Ini memang jauh tak? Ya. Kena bersabar ya. Minta maaf ya. Okey, sini dulu. Tak apa. So ini 20 minit. Habis dah masa saya. Satu kali memang agak delay. Ya, okey. Oh, dia kena slow and steady. Okay. Okay. So this is the overall content of my presentations. I start with the introductions, and then Islamic economic definitions, wakaf and sharing informations, qualitative research and focus group discussion, beneficiaries, donors, mutawali, and sharing information, and then I end up with conclusions. Okay, so this is introductions. Wakaf property is perfectly executed when it's well managed and benefit the most people. Therefore, using wakaf property will benefit beneficiaries enormously, which is wakaf advantage in developing the community. According to the concept of wakaf management, beneficiaries, which is mawquf alaih, may occasionally or influently become contributors, donors. Wakaf beneficiaries includes the community, the poor, the needy, and the public at large, since these benefits include access to places of worship, social activities, the developments of human resources, the advancements of education, and others. Because the poor and needy are wakaf default beneficiaries, and some academics have suggested that revenues should be optimized and used to help them uplift to a greater stage. The role of collecting wakaf contribution is currently played by mutawali or any state religious council authorities in Malaysia. And it is generally accepted that this is done through one-way promotions. In Malaysia, our governance, biasanya kalau wakaf institution itu digovern by state religious council. So the promotion normally using one-way promotions. Maksudnya mutawali yang mengajak untuk berwakaf, one way. However, they occasionally needs to spend much money on promotion to ensure that the promotion reach the intended audience and encourage the general public to endure wakaf. To lessen the burden on the mutawali and increase wakaf collection to a specific wakaf project, this study will investigate how digital platform can incorporate two-side promotion from the donors and beneficiaries' ideas, beneficiary sides in the light of Islamic economic perspective. If the public formally accept the digital platform to lessen the burden of the mutawali, it should be developed as soon as possible to help the national economy. So maksudnya kalau kita boleh share the burden, beneficiaries and donors, this will help the national economy. Historically, the development of wakaf management had influenced the development of Islamic civilization. Wakaf was established by Prophet Muhammad and continued by the Khulafa al-Rashidin. Some Islamic countries manage wakaf effectively, so the amount of wakaf grows over time. For example, agricultural wakaf land account for 1/3 of the total agricultural land in Turkey. The amount of wakaf was also recorded as the wealth of Muslim in Egypt, Syria, Palestine, Iraq, Sudan, Turkey, Kuwait, Jordan, Algeria, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia. It demonstrates how beneficial the assets of this wakaf are for the advancements of Muslim community. So I move to the Islamic economic definitions. Islamic economics is the study of Muslim behavior which organize the resources which are a trust to achieve al-falah according to the Arif 1985. Economics from the Islamic perspective emphasize that all resources are trusts of al-amanah. The amanah was due to the understanding that humans are being created to the earth's managers or leaders, namely the trustee, vicegerent, or khalifatullah. Although individuals may own assets in Islam, the main responsibility is just as a trustee. The ownership and utilization of economic resources are subject to the Sharia law guided by the Quran and As-Sunnah, and Allah is the creator of human beings and resources on earth. Therefore, wealth is not necessarily achieving success or al-falah if the method to obtain the resources is not permitted under Sharia rules. In the Waqaf area, the digital platform is one of the current resources that must be utilized and organized to benefit the Ummah as a trust to achieve al-falah. Next, the current resources, as I mentioned just now, is the digital technologies. Digital technologies introduce a very effective and efficient, boundaryless way to leverage co-creations in Waqaf institutions. It's offer technology accordance, such as very low-cost medium for the integrations of multiple processes of Waqaf in a single platform. Digital platform is a business model that creates value by facilitating exchanges between two or more independent groups, usually consumer and producer. Platforms harness and create large, scalable networks of users and resources that can be accessed on demand. Platforms create communities and market with network effects that allow users to interact and transact. Platforms have evolved in many sectors, including philanthropy. For example, Facebook's donation platform, GoFundMe, and many others. In the short term, the development of digital platform will significantly disrupt or displace traditional philanthropy. Dozens of national and international aid agencies are researching various digital platform models for managing and distributing Waqaf. The phenomenon is a transformation for the Waqaf management, providing a record of all transactions and determining who owns what at a given time. In the philanthropy context, it provides donors with a new way of giving and allow charities a new fundraising channel. So I move to the literature review. From the previous literature review, we can see the beneficiaries donors model, or we call it benefit donors. Benefit donors is developed from the reciprocal help, or in other words, ta'awun, ta'awun alal birri wat taqwa. And another terms, we have the integrations of producer and consumer. We call it prosumers. And the integration of consumer and merchants, we call it as consumercians. And volunteers was conceptualized and validated by Noor et al. 2020. These benefit donors is aimed to spread information so that others might benefit from the Waqaf project, contribute to the Waqaf fund, and help recruit new donors and beneficiaries within the Waqaf ecosystem. According to the past literature, using the Government Information Sharing Framework, GISF, in sharing information about Waqaf, in sharing information, there are 3 stages. Stage 1, experience sharing. Stage 2, infrastructural support. And stage 3, information strategy. Waqaf in Malaysia is still in stage 1, which is experience sharing, according to Nick Mustafa et al. 2018. Several studies on the use of digital platform were conducted using a variety of online payment options. The numerous payment methods reinforce donors' intention to donate more frequently as trust between the community, and Waqaf institution grew in previous research as demonstrated by Bakar et al. 2020, Fauzi et al. 2019, Hadiyati 2020, and many more. The increased Waqaf contributions was revealed when that donors are becoming more familiar with the organization as they consider the management of Waqaf contribution to be more efficient. So I moved to the research method. This study is based on ongoing research activity project and descriptive analysis to investigate the acceptance of Waqaf beneficiaries and donors, interactions, roles on a digital platform. With the help of the Mutawali, it is an exploratory and analytical method used to account for the development of beneficiaries and donors to harmonize the integrations of beneficiaries and donors. The study employs content analysis, qualitative method using focus group discussion, FGD. Focus group discussion session was held and began with the informant peer review of the concept of the interaction between beneficiaries and donors and call it as benefit donors. A short video presentation was played via YouTube during the FGD session. I have put some link, the slide is not moved yet, but in the slide, I put some link. So in the link, we play the YouTube before the FGD sessions. The focus group then discussed wherever the general ideas of the concept of benefit donors adequately represented the three criteria of use more, donate more, and sharing more, concerning the integrations of beneficiaries and donors' roles in sharing informations. Tak apa, I jalan je tak apa. Ya, tak apa, kita faham. So, I move to the analysis and discussion. Okay, yes, this is the one. Among the informant that involved in the focus group discussions, we have male 50 individuals, female 12%, and the locations, the informants is from the various states, and then professions, government servant 12, private sector 11, retiree 2, and others 2. And Waqaf group is from beneficiaries 10%, donors 10%, Mutawali 7%, age 15 to 40 years old 12%, 41 to 64 years old is 15 informant of person. Okay, from the focus group discussion, according to the interactions of beneficiaries and donors, information sharing between Waqaf beneficiaries and donors via editing platform, donors group, from the donors group, all informants majority agree and accept the concept. Okay. From the beneficiary group, all beneficiaries or informant agreed and felt that the concept exists the current reality. Maksudnya, in the current reality memang berlaku sharing information between the beneficiaries and donors. Transparency and sharing information could boost the Waqaf contribution by exposing the driving force. The initiative should be encouraged as Muslims need to contribute more Waqaf besides zakat and other contributions. On top of sharing information, they're welcoming the idea of joining the Waqaf activists group to initiate the services together. Maksudnya dalam semasa focus group discussion bukan sahaja sharing information. They will agree to set up like in Waqaf ecosystem we need to have a Waqaf activist also. So I would say in terms of Waqaf, everyone are very excited to sharing information and to become the activists. From the Mutawali, the interaction between beneficiaries and donors is the best driving force to ensure the circulation and sustainability of Waqaf. The concept and interactions exist unconsciously in the extent of Waqaf ecosystem. It's a rebrand the existence of the Waqaf ecosystem. Furthermore, the usage of Waqaf among the donors is encouraged too, as Waqaf should be utilized and an optimum level and for everybody, especially the healthcare services where people can get a special price. Overall, from this focus discussion as the first stage, this study showed that all informants accept the interaction between beneficiaries and donors using the digital platform, emphasizing the characteristic of using more, donate more, and share more. Next, the approach integrated beneficiaries and donors' roles in sharing information. In the focus group discussion, they will be asked, what are the approach to be integrated in sharing information? So a majority of the informants felt that sharing information via social media like WhatsApp, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok is an effective method to spread information on Wakaf to the public. Meanwhile, some informants were surprised to know that there are different types of Wakaf product in Malaysia from the FGD sessions. They claimed that this information was made obtained during the FGDs. Several informations also admitted that traditional method of disseminating information such as television, radio, and newspaper are still preferred by the older populations. A speaker or influencer can also be utilized to persuade the public to donate more to Wakaf. Some said share information through word of mouth and in person through roadshow are still relevant. Next is policy implication. From the focus group discussion, then we can gather the information. So we come up with policy implication. This study suggested implication for sharing information at the first stage, which is sharing experience, must continue to the second stage, which require infrastructure support to increase the information sharing, which can tap into a broader segment of the public. A digital platform is one of the most critical tools for facilitating information sharing. Yes, thank you. So we come up with the conclusion. Okay. The study concluded that the interaction between beneficiaries and donors was held in the current practices and can improve information sharing in Islamic economic perspective. It has served as a two-sided promotion of the donors and beneficiaries' contribution. The initiative should be encouraged because Muslims, in addition to zakat and other contributions, need to contribute more wakaf, as wakaf should be organized as a trust to achieve al-falah, which is investment for the hereafter. The interaction between beneficiaries and donors promote social innovations by encouraging people to donate, because whatever is endowed can be used by themselves and shared with others. The interaction can start from any part of the individual, such beneficiaries, donors, or mutawali, as is customary. The studies show that all informants accept the interaction between beneficiaries and donors using the characteristic of using more, donate more, and sharing more. Thus, a digital platform is one of the most critical tools for facilitating information sharing. Thank you very much. I pass to the floor. Moderator, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Fuadah, for the insightful knowledge for us. And I think the second speaker, Associate Professor Yvette Blount, already joined with us. Yvette?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Can you see me?
Yes, I can see a screen. Yes.
But I cannot see you.
Oh, you can't see me? Hold on. Okay.
Yeah.
Why is that? My video is on. Well, you can hear me, obviously.
Pardon?
You can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I cannot see you yet.
Okay.
Okay.
I can see.
Yes, I can see you. Yes, welcome to our international conference.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and you look stunning as usual.
Oh, lovely. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Associate Professor Yvette Blount is my primary supervisor in the PhD study previously in Macquarie University, but now she's the Dean of Skyline Education, Higher Education for Australia, and also the Honorary Associate Professor for Deakin University. Yeah,
Yeah.
welcome. Welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Nice to see you too, and thank
you.
you for the invitation. So will I be able to share my slides here, do you think?
Yes. And I think now is my, ladies and gentlemen, is my great pleasure to honor and invite our second speakers, Associate Yvette Blount, Professor Yvette Blount, to talk about the innovation, digital technology, and post-COVID-19 work and study trends in the Asia-Pacific regions. Do you want us to share the screen or you want to share? The screen?
Yes, if I share, can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll say yes. Yes. Okay, here you go. Share. So, can you see my slides?
Yes. We can see it.
Can you see those?
Yes.
Okay. Terrific. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for the invitation, and it's really, really lovely to be with you today. I really appreciate it, and it would be lovely to be there in person, actually. I'd love to come and visit one day, but not yet, obviously. So, as Uni said, that I used to work at Macquarie University, but now I'm working developing a new Bachelor of Information Technology at Skyline Higher Education Australia, but I'm still doing some research at Deakin University. And of course, Uni's part of that. So what I wanted to do today is I wanted to talk about innovation, digital technologies, and the post-COVID-19 work and study trends in the Asia-Pacific region. And I'll talk a little bit about Australia and New Zealand as well, of course, because we're in that region. But this is a very topical area that I think we all need to understand a little bit better, because it's moving quite a lot. Not just in industry, not just in the corporate sector, but also in education, and in particular higher education. So I'll also talk about that. Working from anywhere, I call it working from anywhere. There's lots and lots of different terminology here. Remote working, telework, telecommuting, working from home. And it's had a very long history, and often we forget that, is that Jack Niles, who coined the term telecommuting, he did this back in the 1970s. So we have been talking about this for a very long time. And I like to remind people that that's in fact the case, that we have been doing this for a long time. Now, what happened is during COVID-19, and it also happened in Indonesia, is that we had this mandated work from home, and that accelerated this trend. And that created some really good opportunities and some benefits, but it also created some limitations and some issues that I think that we're going to need to deal with in the future. So there's some things that I want to talk to today. Now, we have to get the balance right, and we haven't got that right yet. So that there's a balance between employees preferring to work from home because of all sorts of reasons: flexibility, work-life balance, the commute, other responsibilities, and employers that want them back in the office for all sorts of good reasons. So building that culture, building that that sense of belonging is really important, and that's very difficult to occur when you're not physically in the same space as somebody else. So what do organisations do? So they need to find, recruit, onboard, connect and reward new and existing employees, and that is difficult remotely. It can be done, and it is being done by a lot of organisations, but it is difficult. Organisations need to ensure employee well-being and engage with and encourage greater cultural and gender diversity. So this is a very big issue as well. When we look at the research, women in particular were disadvantaged by working from home because they're the ones that had to look after the children, do the housework, all of those sorts of things, on top of having to be productive in their work. And of course, the management skills for managing remote work. So managers, for from supervisors, managers, senior managers, need to have those skills to be able to manage people remotely. And employees, well, work-life balance is very important. I'm working from home today. I was in the office yesterday, but I'm working from home today. Less commuting time, and that is very beneficial, particularly in large cities that, you know, it takes us forever to get places. And of course, the flexibility. So this is really about these tensions. There are tensions between employees and employers. A lot of research over the last 50 years has gone into this area, and the tensions around government policy, for example, taxation, I'll talk more about that in a moment, technology, and the good and the bad with that, management, service quality. And what I mean by service quality is, I mean customer service, being able to deliver our services to the client or the customer, and of course employee preferences, what they want to do and how they can be productive. What are the trends? What are the technology trends? We need to understand these a little bit better as well. We've got technologies to help communicate and collaborate, and today, you know, we're using Zoom, and I've been using Microsoft Teams quite a lot in my new organisation, and Microsoft Teams is very good in terms of if you want to message somebody during the day, you just have a quick question, you can do that in real time. A lot of organisations are using technologies such as Slack to be able to do that as well. But some of the issues, and this is coming out in the research, is that work intensification is a very big issue. And this work intensification means that people are working longer hours. So rather than doing the commute, what they're doing is they're working during that time instead. And employers are expecting employees to be available at all sorts of different times of the day and night, and working weekends, those sorts of things. And one really insidious issue here is surveillance technologies. And there's more research coming out here about how surveillance technologies are being used to monitor employees while they're working at home. So measuring things like their keystrokes, measuring what websites they visit, those sorts of things, and using the quantitative statistics that they get out of those technologies in order to measure productivity. And we all know that productivity isn't just about numbers. So when it comes to knowledge work and thinking, and those sorts of things are very difficult to measure. And what are some of the barriers to technology? And this is certainly the case in a lot of countries, and including Australia and New Zealand, is technology infrastructure. So not everybody has. We can't make the assumption that everybody's got access to technology infrastructure, like, for example, fast, reliable broadband. It's not always the case that we have that. Adoption of new digital technologies, so that is also potentially a barrier, and the digital skills to be able to use these technologies, of course. So using these technologies in the right way. So in order to support employers and employees, in order to deal with the issues that they need to be able to deal with and create that team environment. So these digital technology trends are driving some of this work from home, remote work. So a lot of the literature is talking about hybrid working and talking about how potentially we might be able to work in a more hybrid way. So working in a central location some of the time, and then working at home or another location some of the time as well. But that is, it seems to depend. So looking at some of these, some of the more recent research and looking at some of the trends that are happening right at the moment, is that in Spotify, for example, allow their employees to work from anywhere, any combination of office, work from home, etc. They're very, very flexible. But Twitter say no work at home at all. And these are technology companies. Banking and finance sector in the UK, workers reported improved well-being, being able to work in a hybrid way. So there are a lot of organisations that are allowing employees to work in a hybrid way, but I know in the banking and finance sector in Australia, a lot of employers are wanting their employees back in the office. So there's a debate around improved productivity, work and personal life boundaries, preferences for work location and workplace culture. So as you can imagine, as we all know actually, when you're trying to work on a complex problem, sometimes the easiest way to do that is to be together in a room. So when we're dealing with different demographics, with different cultures, it's very easy to have a misunderstanding. So getting in a room together and building that culture and building that trust can be very important. And some commentators believe that in order to have that sense of belonging, so a lot of people that are working from home feel very distant from their organisation and very distant from their team. So being physically present at least some of the time can have those benefits. But really, at the end of the day, there's no one size fits all. There's no checkbox that you can use to tick off, well, in this case, this is the right solution. It really depends. The work trends in Australia and New Zealand. Okay, so telework prior to COVID-19 was not business as usual, definitely not. And I've done a lot of research in this space, and it's been very difficult to understand why, because we've had the technology for a long time, but a lot of organisations, management, very anti people working remotely. So sometime in the office, sometime at home, it was perceived to be a fairly good model. But post-COVID-19, there's more acceptance, although reluctance by employees to go back to the office. So, for example, my husband works in the insurance industry, and he said trying to get people back into the office is problematic. And one of his colleagues, a manager, in a meeting the other day said that one of their employees she said that she's not coming back to the office, and when she was asked why, she said, oh, my lifestyle doesn't allow me to work from the office anymore. So I think in that situation we've probably gone a little bit too far the other way. So employers and government employers want employees back in the office. Certainly in the US this is the case as well, but in a more flexible way. So in Asia Pacific and beyond, there's some research in this space as well. So, and some of this is about culture. So, for example, in Japan, telework policies have been around for 20 years, for some time. And one of the reasons the Japanese were very interested in telework and telework policies was to try and alleviate their mass traffic congestion. And I know in places like Jakarta, that's certainly the case as well. But working in Japan is inflexible. Like there's cultural issues relating to FaceTime, and there's been a very low take-up. So even during COVID-19, that was the case. In South Korea, they've also tried to do a similar thing. They've got something called the smart work policy, but the work culture is still a barrier from work from home. Being in the office and having that FaceTime is really important from a cultural perspective. Now in India, it's quite different, because in India a lot of the research is on work from home is around technology workers, programmers, for example, that work in the technology space. So this in India is pretty much hybrid work, and what employers are trying to do is get people back into the office, but a big issue there for that type of work is work intensification, where people are working very long, intense hours. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over the last few days is that in Bali, so the Indonesian government just announced that remote workers are going to be allowed to conduct online work for up to 6 months in Bali, and they can be digital nomads. And this has been happening in European countries. So, for example, in Spain, they haven't legislated this yet, but they intend to offer a digital nomad visa. And other countries in Europe, such as Estonia and others, they have similar schemes. So, what you can do as as an Australian or a European, you can go to these countries, including Bali, Indonesia, and if you have a remote job, you can do that for a period of time. So sometimes it's 6 months, and sometimes it can be up to years. And you can attract people. You can attract people to your country, which is good. But there are some conditions, and it's a little bit different depending on the country. And that's about enforcing a minimum monthly earnings. So you might have to earn, say, €2,500 every month remote working in order to have that visa. So that is a really interesting development as well. Work trends in Indonesia, I just wanted to put this in here because there was a little bit of research during COVID-19 about what was happening in Indonesia. I had a little bit of trouble finding very much, but I did find a little bit. And COVID-19, there was some research that talked about COVID-19 having a very big impact because women make up the majority of employees in the service sector. So the flexible work patterns, as I said earlier, and this is not just Indonesia, but this was the research that I found in Indonesia, supported those with family responsibility, and so balancing family work responsibilities for women was particularly problematic. And this was some research done with government employees that reported that employees experienced greater stress and less job satisfaction rather than more working from home. And I can imagine, I can see how that would be the case really, because if you leave for work, you go to work, you do your work and you come home again, and then you do what you need to do when you're at home, you have that disconnect between work and home. And this is not just in Indonesia, this is anybody that works in this way. So when you psychologically, when you finish and start work is very important. So being able to disconnect, being able to stop at a certain time is important. Otherwise, what happens is you end up doing work when you should be with your family and friends and doing things other than work. And that is a concept called the right to disconnect. You might have seen that. In some countries like France, there are laws now where companies have the right to disconnect. So if you finish your shift, then they can't send you an email until the next day, those sorts of things. Okay, so what's really important is that with this anywhere working from home, this disconnect between employees and employers and what they want, there has been no solution yet. We're still working our way through this. And it also depends on the sector. Now, this is hit hard, particularly in higher education. So what's happened with higher education is that in Australia and New Zealand and other places as well, from an educator's perspective, so what I'm talking about here is I'm talking about the teachers, so the professors, the lecturers. What happened during COVID is this very issue about work intensification. So in my experience at Macquarie University, for example, when COVID hit, as you know, the international borders closed. we had a lot of international students, and so the international students who didn't go back to their originating countries, stayed in Australia, but still, all the educators had to pivot from teaching in a classroom to teaching online and using this sort of format, so using Zoom, for example. So what happened is we had this issue with work intensification. So educators were expected to develop all the online resources and then start teaching via Zoom. And I don't know how many of you have done that. I have done that, and it's not a satisfactory experience really, because what happened, particularly with international students, I was teaching a postgraduate subject, and I had a lot of students that were not onshore. They were in different countries, and I didn't always know where they were. But because of bandwidth problems, because of privacy issues. So, for example, sometimes the only place that people have got to do their work and their study is in their bedroom, right? So you don't want to turn your camera on if you're in your bedroom, for example. Or bandwidth is not very good, so you can't turn your camera on. So if you're teaching, I don't know if you've had this experience, but when you're teaching and all you see is these rectangles and they're black and nobody's interacting with you, it's really difficult. It's really difficult to try and get some sort of interaction happening. So you can have the discussion forum, you can have discussion, you can have questions, you can do all of that, but it's difficult, and the work intensification, preparing the materials, etc., was very difficult for a lot of people. And even now, in Australian universities, and private and in the private sector as well, what is happening is students don't want to come back to the campus. So educators have to offer the subject in a classroom as well as online. And you can imagine that just creates more work for the educator. So that means that job satisfaction is reduced because you don't really get that interaction. You don't get that interaction. And the workload and resources, as I said, the workload increased significantly. And at the same time that this was all going on, the universities were making people redundant, and the teaching support was reduced significantly. Okay, so I'm talking about Macquarie University in my own experience, but also from I know from colleagues in other universities, this was something that was happening in Australia, in Australia, New Zealand, and I know in other countries as well. Now, not only that, even when we were allowed to go back on campus again after COVID, people still were choosing, educators were still choosing to work from home, because when you went on campus, and this was my experience as well, you go into campus and go into your office and you'd be the only one on the floor, you'd be the only one there. So there was less collaboration, so you weren't running into people, going up for coffee, seeing people in the kitchen when you were filling up your water bottle, those sorts of things just weren't happening. So it meant that there's less collaboration. So in order to be able to collaborate with somebody, if you were working on a research project or you had a problem with a student or whatever, you have to deliberately make a Zoom meeting, for example. And one really critical issue I felt during that time, and this is still happening today, is motivating research students. So PhD students, particularly international PhD students that come from their home countries, it's a very, very lonely experience, I think, because you're away from your family, you're away from your friends, you obviously find other people and make friends while you're there, but if you're not on campus and you're not going to make friends, are you? So you can feel isolated and unsupported, and even when you're back on campus, there's a disconnect there. So let me just talk a little bit about what it meant for the students. Okay, and this is an issue I think that we're going to have to be dealing with quite a lot going forward. There's a lack of engagement because if you're not on campus, you don't develop those relationships, you don't have that sense of belonging, you don't collaborate with others. So if you're not sitting next to somebody in the lecture theatre, you know, you can imagine if you're a first year student, particularly, you just don't feel like you belong to the institute. There was a lot of online assessments and exams happening, so students once again were feeling very isolated. And then what this created is an environment where contract cheating and cheating websites became more of a problem. And there's some research to support that. That's just not my opinion. There's some very solid research in this space, talking about how one of the issues is because students don't feel this sense of belonging, they're more open to buying their assignments. So if that's the case, if these particular issues, when we graduate students then, we're not really graduating them with the theoretical, ethical and professional underpinnings that they need to make informed judgments relating to their discipline in a totally online environment. Because these students are going to be, working in an organisation where they don't just need the discipline knowledge, they also need to understand their professional obligations. So, for example, in the Bachelor of IT that I developed now, there is a very big emphasis on professional obligations, which include the legal, ethical responsibilities of an an employee that's part of a profession. But just to finish up, challenges ahead for us when we're talking about anywhere working and we're talking about remote working, hybrid working, whatever that will end up looking like, and it'll be different for everybody. The first issue, of course, is technology infrastructure. So that the assumption that everybody has access to that technology infrastructure, everybody's got access for, somewhere that they can work that's not in an office. That's not always the case. The digital skills that people need, the workplace culture, the isolation, sense of belonging, networking, socialising, those human things that we missed during COVID, they need to be recreated. We need to rethink how we do that. Work intensification has been a very big issue. There's a lot of people that are reporting feeling burnt out because everything is about work. How technologies are being used, collaboration, communication, surveillance, and so-called bossware that I talked about earlier, where surveillance is being used to measure productivity in what I think is the wrong way. Workplace culture, that sense of belonging again, is, I belong to this organisation, I belong to this university, I belong, I feel like I belong to the institution that's paying me to work. And two trends that you've seen in lately in some articles. One was the Great Resignation, so that was happening a few months ago, where people during COVID were quitting and deciding that I'm going to do something else. And then there was something more recently called quiet quitting, where people don't feel engaged and they do the bare minimum in their job just to keep their job. So the paradox here is that workers want more flexible work, but also in-person collaboration opportunities. So how do we do that? That's a challenge ahead. And what I've got here at the end is just a couple of pages of references if you want to do some more reading. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Yvette. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Would you please stay in the Zoom?
Yes.
Because we have the third speaker, and after that there will be a question and
Questions?
answer. Yeah.
Yes, I'll put myself on mute.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank you.
and would you please also stop the presentation? Yeah? Thank you. Now for the third speakers, yeah, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Nur Asnawi from the State Islamic University Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, and he will talk about Islam and digital economy toward equilibrium and sustainability performance. Yeah. Okay, and I will hand it over the moderator to Professor Amin to Dr. Ahmad Jalaluddin. Thank you.
شكرا سيدة يوني على هذه الفرصة الطيبة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وبعد. سعادة الدكتور misbahul Munir عميد كلية الاقتصاد بالجامعة والسادة والسيدات أصحاب الفضيلة والسعادة والإخوة والأخوات حفظكم الله. اسمحوا لي في بداية هذه الجلسة الطيبة التي كلفت بترأسها أن نسجل الشكر والتقدير لكلية الاقتصاد على دعوتنا للمشاركة في هذه الندوة العالمية المباركة التي تجاوز عامها الثامن، وهي تحقق وتقدم الجديد وكل الجديد في كل عام. كلفت بترأس هذه الجلسة وأعلم يقينا أن كل من حضر هذه الجلسة وهذه الندوة المباركة يدرك أهمية هذا الموضوع التي تتطرق له هذه الندوة هذا العام، إنه الاقتصاد الرقمي وكيف نحتضن الرقمنة في تحقيق ابتكارات في منظور الاقتصاد الإسلامي والتجارة الإسلامية. ومما لا يمكن إغفاله أن الاقتصاد الرقمي يمثل حاليا موردا مهما من موارد الاقتصاد العالمي ولغة من لغاته، إذ أصبحت التقنية هي اللغة المشتركة لشعوب العالم والقاعدة الأساسية التي تنطلق منها في تعاملاتها ورفع مستوى تقدمها وتطورها لمواكبة التطور الزمني الذي أنهى المسافات ويسر الحصول على المعلومة من خلال التعامل والتبادل والاشتراك بالمجالات السياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية والعلمية والثقافية وغيرها، مما يؤكد أهميته في تزايد مستمر، وهو ما يجعل الثقافة الرقمية تشكل جزءا لا يتجزأ من المجتمعات الحديثة. بالإضافة إلى كل ما سبق، أثبتت أزمة عالمية مفاجئة وغير مسبوقة جائحة وباء كورونا فعالية أدوات الاقتصاد الرقمي بطريقة لم تكن متوقعة إطلاقا، وهو ما تمثل في عدد من التطورات المذهلة، منها تسهيل التجارات الإلكترونية والحكومة الرقمية والتعاملات المصرفية الرقمية والمناسبات الرقمية والتعليم الرقمي في الجامعات المختلفة. من هنا ظهر التساؤل: الاقتصاد الرقمي الذي هو ضيفنا الكبير الذي داهمنا في بيوتنا وفي كل خصوصياتنا، كيف نتعامل معه في ضوء الاقتصاد الإسلامي وفي ضوء التجارة الإسلامية؟ ونعتقد أن الاقتصاد الرقمي إحدى الوسائل المهمة، وسائل الحياة التي تحتاجها الأمة في مواجهة مستقبلاتهم. ونحن نرحب بكل جديد وبكل نافع ونقف وقوفا منيئا لكل وافد غير نافع ومضر وسعيا في ظل هذه التغيرات المتسارعة ولتغطية هذه المحاور مناقشة وبحثا وتعليقا. فمعنا اليوم أستاذنا الفاضل الأستاذ الدكتور نور أسناوي، وهو رئيس قسم الدكتوراه في الاقتصاد الإسلامي بالجامعة والعميد السابق لكلية الاقتصاد، وسوف يقدم فضيلته ورقته القيمة بموضوع الإسلام والاقتصاد الرقمي نحو التنمية المتوازنة والمستدامة. فلا نطيل الكلام عليكم، فتفضل فضيلته لإلقاء ورقته القيمة، فلتفضل مشكورا.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nashkurukum syukran jazilan fadilati Dr. Ustaz Al-Haj Dr. Jalaluddin. Ayyuhal haflul karim, uridu an ulqiyaha. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ayyuhal haflul karim, makhdudat lana lil awqat li hadzal yawm, uridu an ulqiyal muhadarat mubasharatan bil lughatil arabiyyah. Al-awwal tartibul bukhus fi hadhil munasabat. Al-awwal uridu an uqaddima lakum tahtal asrut taghayyurat al-sari'ah wa ghairul muakkadah wal muakkidah wal ghamidah. Wa thaniyan uridu an ulqiya ilaikum yakni taqrir nadratin alamiyatin ammah. Wa thalithan numuwul iktisad ar-raqi numuwul iktisad ar-raqi fi janubi syarqi Asia. Wa rabi'an al-qita'at al-muhtamilah lil iktisad ar-raqi fi Indonesia. Wal khamisah at-tahaddiyat allati tuwajihuna sya'bi Indonesia al-muta'alliqah bil iktisad ar-raqi. Wa qabla al-akhir mal maqsud bit tawazuni wal istidamah fi nadhri ala mangduril Islam wal akhir wa ma ra'al Islamu bidzalika. Fahim walalla ayyuhal khadrun. Oke. Fahim? Teman-teman yang saya banggakan, saya iya Pak. Suaya. Slide-nya mohon ditampilkan, Pak. Sudah tampil belum? Ada yuk, nggak masuk era digital ini. Oke, ayyuhal haflul karim. Al-mawdu' hadhil munasabat Islam dan digitalisasi ekonomi. Saya akan melihat Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, lebih enak saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia saja, tidak bahasa Arab. Ke saya kalau bahasa Arab kalah dengan Ustaz Jalal ini, karena beliau ini sudah lupa bahasa Indonesia. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, saya ingin sharing-sharing dengan Bapak Ibu, para senior, ada guru saya Prof Ja'far, Prof Salim, ada sahabat saya Dr. Prof Siswanto, ada Pak Dekan dari seluruh FEBI, Dekan UIN Malang khususnya, Bapak Ibu dari perguruan tinggi kanan dan kiri sebelah, ada profesor baru Bu Profesor Puji. Nanti kalau pengukuhan saya diundang akan saya kasih ucapan selamat dari PT Bina Rinsi Nusantara insyaallah ya. Bapak Ibu ayyuhal haflul karim, saya ingin pembahasan tadi itu saya sampaikan di hadapan Bapak Ibu. Yang pertama adalah hasrut taghayyurat as-sari'ah wa ghairul muakkidah wal muta'akkidah wal ghamidah. Hari ini kita ini ada pada posisi masuk di era VUCA. Slide ketiga, Mas. FUKA itu apa? Kalau kita lihat Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, ada volatility, uncertainty, complexity, dan ambiguity. Di sini saya katakan di dalam bahasa Arab itu adalah hasrut taghayyurat. Masa di mana seringkali terjadi perubahan, utamanya di saat kita kemarin ada COVID-19 atau sebelumnya. Penggunaan informasi teknologi begitu cepat. Kita tidak terbiasa daring, kemudian daring. Hari ini dikasih kesempatan daring, kita offline atau masih ada yang daring, bahkan suka yang daring. Karena kita sedang familiar dengan penggunaan teknologi. VUCA, volatility. Jadi kita hari ini adalah kondisi kita perubahan yang terjadi begitu cepat, tidak pasti, kompleks, dan ambigu yang disebabkan oleh transformasi digital atau teknologi yang sangat cepat. Dampaknya dari VUCA ini Bapak Ibu, yang nyata ternyata terlihat adanya transformasi digital para penyedia jasa untuk berlomba-lomba memberikan pelayanan yang instan, tepat, secara digital, tidak lagi konvensional. Nah, jika kita lihat overview, Global Overview Report tahun digital tahun 2021, ini datanya ini. Populasi penduduk dunia itu saat ini Bapak Ibu sejumlah 7 miliar. Kemudian pengguna handphone ini sejumlah ada 5,22, 5 miliar lebih. Ini data saya ambil pada bulan Januari tahun 2021. Semua orang sudah menggunakan data ini, baik yang semua orang sudah menggunakan handphone di daerah-daerah yang terpencil, apalagi daerah perkotaan tidak ada yang tidak menggunakan handphone. Orang lebih familiar dengan HP daripada kalau kita bangun tidur, yang kita lihat itu bukan lagi, tidak lagi kita lihat istri kita, anak kita, tapi HP kita cari lebih dulu. Ini saat ini. Ini era kita sekarang ini. Jadi keunikannya adalah semua yang pengguna handphone itu sudah 5 miliar lebih. Kemudian pengguna internet, Bapak Ibu, data menyebutkan ada 4, sekian miliar. Aktif di media sosial, ya, ini mencapai 4, sekian miliar. Jadi sudah sangat luar biasa banyaknya. Nah, 56,4% ya pengguna yang menggenggam handphone itu ada di populasinya ada di urban. Orang-orang yang hidup di wilayah perkotaan. Dilanjut. Nah, kalau kita lihat pertumbuhan ekonomi digital di kawasan Asia Tenggara, ya tadi itu saya katakan Nomowul iktisad ar-raqi fi janubi syarqi Asia bimiliari dolar. Jadi pertumbuhan ekonomi digital di kawasan Asia Tenggara ini belum muncul ya. Oh iya, terus bawahnya Ustaz. Nah, oke. Kita lihat Bapak Ibu, pertumbuhan ekonomi digital di kawasan Asia dalam miliar dolar. Tahun 2015, 19 dan proyeksi tahun 2025. Ini Indonesia paling cepat. Diproyeksikan mencapai 133 miliar US dollar. Negara-negara yang lain seperti Malaysia, Singapura, Thailand, kemudian paling belah Vietnam, ini masih di bawah kita. Ya. Kemudian jika kita lihat sektor potensial, sektor potensial ekonomi digital di Indonesia ini Bapak Ibu, nah ini e-commerce yang paling dominasi. Jadi segala transaksi yang menggunakan gadget. Sekarang apa saja orang sudah menggunakan ini. E-commerce akan menyumbang, ini mohon maaf ya, di tahun 2021 ada warna biru yang agak pekat dan ada warna biru yang agak muda, itu tahun 2021 dan 2025. Ini tahun 2021 itu sumbangannya 53 miliar US dollar. Di tahun 2025 proyeksinya meningkat jauh kita ini nanti. Jauh dari e-commerce. Sekarang apa saja itu menggunakan itu. Ini ada teman saya dari Uniga, dari Bu Ana, Dr. Ana. Ini kalau rapat NO bareng itu saja dengan saya. Saya di WA saja kadang-kala, Pak waktunya rapat katanya begitu ya. Sudah semua pegang itu. Jadi segala bentuk transaksi. Kalau kita sekarang itu mau daftar apa saja sudah melalui dengan menggunakan e-commerce. Membayar, ada menggunakan membayar anak SPP anak-anak kita, membayar transportasi, membayar apa, transaksinya dengan menggunakan e-commerce. Yang kedua, sektor potensial yang kedua itu apa? Itu ada transportasi dan antar makanan. Itu prosentasenya sekian. Tahun 2021 dan proyeksi tahun 2025 itu meningkat 16,8. Yang ketiga ada travel online. Ini mencapai berapa? Travel online mencapai, nah itu datanya. Di tahun 2025 akan meningkat jauh, kira-kira 30% dari tahun 2021 ini. Kemudian ada media online, itu di tahun 2021 sekian, 2025 akan mencapai sekian. Ini loh Bapak Ibu dinamika sektor potensial ekonomi digital di Indonesia, ini yang saya lihat dari data seperti ini. Kemudian Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, saya lanjutkan. Nah, oke ini sama ya sebenarnya dengan belum. Ya, pasar digital. Ya, ini Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Filipina, Malaysia, Singapura. Di kita Indonesia memang lebih besar, jauh dan proyeksinya akan jauh lebih cepat, lebih besar dibanding dengan Thailand, Vietnam, Filipina, Malaysia, Singapura. Pasar digital. Rata-rata anak-anak kita dan sebagainya semua sudah menggunakan gadget dan begitu selanjutnya. Kemudian Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, tapi ini ada satu tantangan besar di tahun 2022 ini. Apa tantangannya? Yang pertama adalah ketersediaan internet yang cepat dan merata. Ini mayoritas masih tersentralisir ada di Pulau Jawa. Jadi kalau kita lihat data bahwa ketersediaan internet ini masih belum merata di seluruh Indonesia. Indonesia tatakawwanu min alafil juzuri min Sabang ila Merauke, intisaran bi internet belum begitu jelas semuanya. Di Indonesia yang paling banyak, paling merata, paling banter internetnya ada di Pulau Jawa 58,08%. Di Bali belum, Nusa Tenggara Barat, Nusa Tenggara Timur belum. Jadi kalau kira-kira kalau ada turis dari Ibu tadi yang dari Deakin, ya Bu siapa Bu Yuni ya, Deakin itu kalau ke Bali menggunakan Google Map itu kita bisa belusuk-belusuk ke kuburan dan lain sebagainya kira-kira karena internetnya tidak begitu stabil di sana. Yang stabil itu di Jawa, stabil. Di kampus seluruh pojok kampus stabil ya. Yang kedua Bapak yang saya hormati, ada tantangan berikutnya itu adalah ya, di luar Pulau Jawa ketersediaan SDM yang berkualitas ini juga masih belum. Ya, ketersediaan SDM yang berkualitas ini juga masih belum di kita ini. Yang ketiga adalah kejahatan cyber. Ini kita juga tinggi. Kejahatan cyber di Indonesia naik 4 kali lipat selama pandemi. Ini saya ambil data dari Kompas tahun 2020 pada bulan Agustus ya. Ini kita ambil pada bulan Agustus. Ini grafiknya sangat naik. Yang paling ujung warna oranye, ujung paling sebelah kanan itu. Kemudian Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, Indonesia ini dianggap sebagai negara paling berisiko mengalami serangan IT. Ini data saya ambil dari ini Bapak Ibu. Yang pertama adalah Indonesia. 10 negara berisiko untuk mengalami serangan IT, tentang keamanan IT. Itu yang pertama apa? Yang pertama Indonesia mencapai 23,54%. Misalnya Biorka dan sebagainya itu ya. Banyak contoh-contohnya banyak sekali kejahatan IT. Kita WhatsApp, kemudian email, kemudian data dibobol dan lain sebagainya. Itu yang paling tinggi di Indonesia. Ini kejahatan Indonesia dianggap sebagai negara paling berisiko untuk mengalami serangan IT, keamanan IT. Yang kedua Cina, kemudian Thailand, Filipina, Malaysia, India, Meksiko, Uni Emirat Arab, Taiwan, Hong Kong. Lalu negara yang paling aman di mana? Negara yang paling aman ternyata Norwegia. Dari data ini. Mengapa Norwegia? Norwegia itu memang kalau kita amati penduduknya mungkin selebar sebanyak mana? Madura kira-kira? Kira-kira penduduknya tidak begitu besar, negaranya kaya, aset minyaknya itu ditabung di negara-negara Eropa, digunakan untuk kesejahteraan masyarakatnya. Ini yang menghebat. Sehingga kalau kita baca di di teman-teman kita yang sekolah di sana atau di jalan-jalan, mereka dibiayai, pendapatannya tinggi, kerja toko 1-2 hari bisa untuk makan 1 bulan, begitu selanjutnya. Masih disubsidi oleh pemerintah Norwegia, paling aman. Kemudian Swedia, Jepang, UK, dan lain sebagainya sampai Nederland. Saya lanjutkan. Kemudian Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, ada 10 negara dengan kasus kebocoran data terbanyak pada kuartal 2 tahun 2022. Mana? Rusia. Indonesia masih agak bawah sebenarnya. Ada Rusia, India, Tiongkok, Brazil, Amerika Serikat, Korea Selatan, Jepang, Indonesia. Ini karena digital ekonomi digital. Semua sudah akrab, sudah familiar dengan digital itu. Nah, sehingga namun juga ada beberapa bahaya yang bisa dilihat berdasarkan riset atau penelitian-penelitian yang pernah dilakukan. Saya lanjutkan. Nah, ini Bapak Ibu, ada beberapa jenis ya kejahatan atau 7 jenis cybercrime yang paling populer di era digital. Yang pertama phishing. Phishing ya, melakukan penipuan dengan mengelabui korban. Hati-hati Bapak Ibu. Kita kadangkala malam di WA, malam di telepon dan sebagainya, atau ada email yang masuk, ada WhatsApp yang masuk, ada apa yang masuk ke kita. Ini kita kalau melihat dari sini, ini bentuk-bentuk kejahatan yang kita temukan itu ada 7. Yang kedua carding, dari kata kartu. Apa itu? Kejahatan yang dilakukan dengan bertransaksi menggunakan kartu kredit milik orang lain. Tiba-tiba uang kita habis. Dari kemana keluarnya lah kita tidak tahu. Ternyata ketika dicek ke rekening yang lain atau untuk membeli apa loh. Ini hal ini salah satu bentuk kejahatan kalau yang kita kenal 7 jenis cybercrime paling populer di era digital ini adalah yang kedua terkait dengan carding, istilahnya itu carding. Kemudian data forgery, kejahatan dengan memalsukan data atau dokumen penting melalui internet. Ini kalau orang tidak terbiasa dengan IT memang tidak bisa. Kita ini yang di usia sudah dari 50, 51 lebih ya, 50-an, 45 lebih itu sudah tidak begitu canggih dengan teknologi. Tapi anak-anak kita sangat memahami dan sangat mengetahui. Ya kan? Nah, oleh karena itu hal-hal seperti ini perlu kita ikuti dinamikanya karena ini salah satu bentuk kejahatan, semoga tidak menimpa ke kita. Kemudian cyber terrorism, otomatis kita sudah paham semua. SIM swap, modus penipuan dengan mengambil alih nomor ponsel atau kartu SIM ponsel seseorang. Nah, ini kan bahaya kalau ada tiba-tiba nomor kita itu dibajak, ya toh, diambil, kemudian digunakan untuk ini dan itu. Wah, ini kan susah. Ngaku-ngaku ini, ngaku-ngaku itu ya. Kemudian skimming. Skimming itu apa? Kejahatan perbankan dengan cara mencuri data kartu debit atau kartu kredit untuk menarik dana ke rekening. Nah, ini hal-hal seperti ini kita kenali, kita tetap ekstra hati-hati. Ini adalah kejahatan cyber. Yang terjadi di dunia itu seperti ini. Yang paling belakang itu adalah ransomware, adalah software jahat yang bisa menginfeksi komputer. Saya lanjutkan ya. Lalu bagaimana bisnis etik? Ya, itu saya katakan itu adalah at-tahadiyat allati tuwajihu sya'bi Indonesia au sya'bil fil alam, itu seperti itu. Kejahatan-kejahatan di dalam cyber itu seperti itu. Kemudian bagaimana terkait dengan ini etika di dalam bisnis itu seperti apa di era ekonomi digital itu. Nah, Islam memberikan ajaran begini, Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati. Islam memberikan ajaran yang pertama, tetap bersikap ramah kepada pembeli. Kita ini harus paham apa bedanya online shop dengan dengan marketplace. Mungkin di antara kita ada yang belum paham juga. Marketplace sama online shop disamakan. Tidak, itu tidak sama. Silakan dibaca di dalam beberapa literatur. Ini kita terkadang memang masih jumbuh ya. Online shop jelas, tapi kalau marketplace itu adalah ada 5 besar Bapak Ibu marketplace yang ada di Indonesia itu yang kita lihat. Ada Tokopedia, Bukalapak, ada Shopee, kemudian ada lagi Lazada, Bibli dan lain sebagainya ya. Ini semua sudah sangat familiar di hadapan kita. Sangat familiar ke kita. Jika kita membuat website atau melakukan transaksi, kita menjualan lewat seperti itu, Islam bicara seperti apa? Ini loh. Yang pertama adalah ini contactless payment internet shopping, karena kita tidak bisa tatap muka. Ini yang satu Islam mengajarkan dalam surat Quran, surat Ali Imran ayat 168. Itu dikatakan bahwa selalu Islam mengajarkan orang itu hendaknya bersikap ramah kepada pembeli. Kita kalau lagi lakukan, katakan kita ini punya website di Tokopedia atau di apa sebagai pihak ketiga, dia ada pertanyaan, segera kita jawab. Memang Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, saya pernah membeli sesuatu di toko online ya. Saya komplain, itu responnya tidak begitu lama. Ini Islam tidak mengajarkan seperti itu. Islam mengajarkan transaksi baik itu yang kontak langsung atau contactless, itu ada aturan mainnya. Satu landasan normatifnya ada pada surat Ali Imran ayat 159. Kemudian ada yang kemudian membalas semua pertanyaan. Bapak Ibu kalau ditanya segera dijawab. Katakan Bapak Ibu sekarang mahasiswanya kita jualan atau mahasiswa melakukan jualan transaksi di mana saja, online shop atau di marketplace ya. Ini apa? Jika ada pertanyaan segera dijawab. Ini apa? Ada landasan normatifnya dalam Al-Quran surat Al-Baqarah 168. Membalas semua pertanyaan yang diajukan kepada pembeli. Yang ketiga, tidak menyalahgunakan data pembeli. Misalnya, kita itu punya merek produk namanya Adidas, tapi Bapak Ibu menyalahgunakan namanya Adibas. Atau serandal atau sepatu mereknya Carfil, tapi Bapak Ibu menyalahgunakan mereknya Kartil, misalkan begitu ya. Ini hal-hal seperti ini menyalahgunakan data untuk membeli. Nah ini memang tidak boleh. Islam mengajarkan dalam hadis diriwayatkan oleh Imam Ibnu Majah seperti itu. Kemudian yang keempat, senantiasa jujur dalam menuliskan deskripsi barang. Jadi memang barang ini kalau saya jual Bapak Ibu mebel misalkan ya, atau saya ini sekarang sedang jualan, bukan jualan ya, saya memfasilitasi Bapak Ibu untuk perjalanan umroh ke Tanah Suci. Nah ini kalau 9 hari sekian, 13 hari sekian, pesawatnya adalah batik premium atau Lion Air atau Garuda atau Saudi Arabia Airline, itu memang harganya berbeda-beda. Ini promosi atau apa Ustaz Jalal ya kira-kira? Nah ini apa? Saya tetap menggunakan jujur, menuliskan deskripsi barang. Pak, ini adalah airplane-nya adalah Garuda Indonesia. Pak, ini adalah Saudi Arabia Airline. Pak, ini nanti adalah batik premium loh. Ini adalah oke. Keterangan palsu tidak diizinkan. Kemudian yang Bagaimana dengan buyer yang bagus? Pembeli yang baik itu apa? Bersikap sopan ketika berinteraksi dengan penjual. Lah, Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kita sebagai buyer ya, itu ya juga harus bersikap sopan. Yang keempat itu ada dalam Quran surat Al-Furqan ayat 63, wa ibadur rahmanil ladzina yamshuna 'alal ardi hauna wa idza khatabahumul jahiluna qalu salama. Kata Pak Fani, amin, katanya begitu ya, kayak gitu ya. Kemudian yang kedua adalah memahami peraturan transaksi, kemudian teliti dalam bertransaksi. Kemudian yang paling belakang, Ustadz, online transaction ethic. Ini saya tuliskan Bapak Ibu, nanti tidak usah ditulis, ini nanti saya share, tidak apa-apa. Ini online transaction ethicnya seperti ini, menggunakan akad, jujur, tidak menarik harga barang melebihi batas normal, tidak mengambil batas normal. Saya tadi diskusi Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, memang ada orang mengambil laba itu 100% itu boleh. Nabi pernah bersabda dalam sebuah hadis seperti itu. Tapi itu terkait dengan barang, ya, terkait dengan transaksi. Tapi kalau Imam Yusuf Qaradawi mengatakan sepertiganya. Kalau Imam Al-Ghazali mengatakan laba yang rendah justru akan mempercepat keuntungannya juga akan tinggi. Mungkin dari aspek dari sisi velocity atau perputarannya cepat, kira-kira begitu ya. Kemudian Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, itu yang online transaction ethic. Yang paling belakang ini, apa makna equilibrium dalam Islamic economy itu? Satu, sektor keuangan dan sektor real itu adalah karena menerapkan prinsip profit and loss sharing. Yang kedua, risiko dan keuntungan itu harus berimbang. Ini kan kita high risk high return. Yang ketiga, bisnis dan sifat manusia. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, jika kita punya perusahaan, bisnis jangan terlalu mengedepankan pada perusahaan, tenaga kerja pun juga harus kita perhatikan. Terlalu mengedepankan perusahaan adalah kapitalis murni, terlalu perhatian pada tenaga kerja namanya sosialis. Nah, kita bagaimana Islam berdiri, lah itu harus ada namanya CSR dan lain sebagainya, kan corporate social responsibility dan sebagainya. Kemudian tidak melakukan perusakan terhadap alam. Zaharul fasadu fil barri wal bahri bima kasabat aydin nas. Yang paling belakang, terima kasih. Mohon maaf. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
نشكر شكرا لفضيلة الأستاذ دكتور نور أسنوي والآن أرجو أن يشارك الحضور حتى نثري الموضوع ونستفيد من هذه الجلسة أكثر فأكثر. Kami persilahkan kepada para hadirin, para peserta, barangkali ada hal-hal yang ingin dilakukan klarifikasi atau ingin mendapatkan pencerahan lebih dalam terkait dengan tema-tema yang sudah diangkat tadi. Kami persilahkan.
Thank you for all the presentation for our three great speakers. It is very insightful knowledge and also current research. Please give applause to our speakers. Dear participant, now it's time for Q&A session, question and answer session. I would like to ask Professor Yvette, is still in Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining us. I would like to welcome all of the audiences to participate in the session. And for the rule, for the Q&A sessions, the offline participant can ask question directly to the speakers, while the online participant can convey the question via Zoom chat or display a raise hand sticker on Zoom. And you can ask the question in English or in Bahasa Indonesia. I will translate it in English. Okay. There will be the good news. There will be a door prize or a gift for the 6 first participant who will ask the question or give comment for this international conference, in the form of e-money. Okay. For the first session, I would like to limit into 3 questions. First for the participant which is in here. Okay, 2 there. Yes, 1 in front. Okay. two behind and one from the up row. Yeah, in front row. Okay.
This question is for Mrs. Yvette. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rizka Brianti from Islamic Banking. Here I want to ask a question. In your opinion, how to make sure that from working anywhere is still give the best performance? Thank you.
Do you mean from an employer's perspective or an employee's perspective, or both?
Rizka, dari perspektif mahasiswa or for the employee?
From the speakers, Mrs. Yvette.
I mean, the perspective for working everywhere, which is increase the performance, is it from the student perspective or for the employee perspective? I think it's both, Yvette. Yeah,
it's both. Okay.
One of my students.
Yes. From students.
Okay, student perspective. Okay.
From a student's perspective. So how do we? So how do we get the? So the question is, how do we get the best out of working in this hybrid way? Is that right? Yeah. So the really important thing here is to understand the context that you're working in. So if you need, so it's instead of just having a blanket rule about hybrid work or hybrid study for everybody, we need to understand it from the perspective of the people, the employees that are doing the work, whether or not they've got access to the technology, whether they've got somewhere in their home that they can work, those sorts of things. And we also have to understand how those people are going to be managed and how the manager is able to create a culture where everybody feels included, and we can build that culture so people have that sense of belonging, even if they're not working centrally in the office. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Maybe for Prof. Fuadah, you can add the answer from the perspective from Malaysian experience regarding the anywhere working, particularly during the COVID and also after post-COVID, for student.
For student, I think, yes, we acknowledge that this COVID-19 is actually forced us to use the internet. So by using the internet, actually we are optimize our potential. So for the student, I think from the presentation of Prof. Yvette, the only problem and with the students work loneliness. Even though if you are using the internet of thing and everything, still you have to mingle around with your friend. And the internet things is using for connecting. So the best practice is optimize the usage of internet, and then of course you cannot even you are alone in a home, but the connectivity should be make the world small for you. So like us today, Indonesia and Australia is like a small world now, huh? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think it's answered your question, right? Yeah, okay, thank you. Yes?
Okay, I understand and I can accept the answer. Thank you, Mrs. Yvette.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Rizka. Okay, for the second question. I think from behind. Yeah. Yeah. No? Okay, from up front row. Yeah, up front row.
Okay, thank you for the change that you gave, ma'am. My name is Resna Ayusredani. I'm from accounting. I would like to ask you about what solution will millennial generation have to take to overcome the challenges of learning and implementation of the Islamic economic and the digital Islamic business in the world, especially in remote areas with limited access. The access I'm referring to is economic access, educational access, human research development access, and access to modern technology. Thank you.
Okay, I think that there's a few questions in that, and I think the issue is about that learning is a social activity. So even if you're learning remotely and you're going to your classes remotely, there has to be some other mechanism where you can be. I can see that you're with other people today, so that is awesome. But there has to be some other mechanism where you're actually engaging with other students, where you can exchange ideas and do projects together, because a lot of your assessment should be done as a team. So even if you're and in classes, we often do things in a team. So it's really important that we build that in as well. So I'm not saying here that we get rid of all remote learning completely, because sometimes that's appropriate and we need to do that, particularly if we have something like a pandemic or something else that happens, because that is the way that we need to do things. But I think that we also need to be proactive, even as students, to reach out to other students. So for example, in my classes, what I tried to do is I tried to encourage the students to get to know each other as well, and at least try and either catch up with each other online or in person to try and create a better learning environment, because I think it's very difficult for you to learn remotely just by yourself.
Okay, thank you, Yvette. I think Prof. Asnawi can add the answer.
There's some questions in the chat too.
Yes. After this, I will.
Okay.
Oke, terima kasih. Ada pertanyaan tadi dari Bapak mengenai manfaat digitalisasi bagi ekonomi Islam. Itu begini. Dinamika umat Islam di Indonesia itu sangat luar biasa. Kalau menurut Dr. Fajriyah ya, Deputi Gubernur Bank Indonesia itu kita mencapai 80%, 75% masyarakatnya itu adalah Muslim majority. Tapi kenapa di Indonesia itu adalah lembaga ekonomi Islam itu berkembangnya kok berat, susah. Indikatornya apa? Indikatornya perbankan syariah itu dinamikanya kurang begitu sebanding dengan jumlah masyarakatnya. Nah, lalu kemudian lagi sektor-sektor yang lain lah, UMKM dan lain sebagainya. Malah justru dulu itu ada penelitian yang dikemukakan oleh Rector UIN Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidoarjo, Profesor Zainuddin Maliki. Itu dikatakan pentingnya masyarakat untuk mengikuti tren ekonomi. Itu apa? Rata-rata umat di Indonesia itu katanya miskin. Saat itu ya, tahun kira-kira 2000 berapa itu, saya lupa itu. Rata-rata miskin, masyarakat Islam di Indonesia itu rata-rata miskin, Jawa Timur. Indikatornya apa? Indikatornya adalah mobil-mobil yang bertuliskan hadza min fadli robbi, itu rata-rata cherry katanya. Ini riset, artinya apa? Dinamika kita itu meskipun di kita ini adalah Muslim majority, tapi rata-rata dari aspek ekonomi banyak tertinggal. Nah, pertanyaannya adalah, lalu apa manfaat mempelajari digitalisasi ekonomi bagi ekonomi Islam itu? Sangat penting. Kita akan mengetahui misalnya sektor potensial ekonomi digital di Indonesia adalah e-commerce. Kita harus seragam dong, kita harus gerakan dari situ. Kita semua harus melakukan transaksi seperti itu. Jika tidak, kita akan tertinggal oleh kereta pembangunan. Yang kedua, kalau kita melihat bukunya dari teori pembangunan pada milenium ketiga, itu dikatakan begini, masyarakat yang tidak mau beradaptasi dengan teknologi, apapun suku, ras, dan agamanya akan tertinggal. Sehingga kalau pendek kata saya katakan, yang kaya nanti akan bisa semakin kaya, yang miskin makin banyak anaknya, begitu saya kira-kira.
Karena yang miskin mau digital tidak bisa, lihat TV juga tidak bisa dan lain sebagainya. Sehingga manfaat untuk mempelajari ekonomi Islam itu mengenal dekat familiar dengan digital ekonomi teramat penting untuk dilaksanakan dan diabadikan. Terima kasih Bu Yuni.
Thank you Prof Asnawi. And one more question from up front row, please. Bapak.
Thank you for the answer my question, ma'am.
Mas, depan Mas.
Okay. Thank you for the chance which has been given to me. My name is Jordan from Brawijaya University, Jamal. It's nice to meet you all. We can learn about technology and the importance in technology. So my question is, what is your main opinion about the importance in technology, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic? We have known that technology still played an important role in COVID-19 pandemic. But after the pandemic, some institutions have made offline meet or offline course, like in university. From the Zoom meeting, they have changed the meeting to offline. So is the technology still play the role important in work, like in wakaf, in transaction and in education, especially after the pandemic? Thanks for the chance.
Yeah. Thank you. I think it's still connected with your last slide, Yvette. It's related with the importance of the technology, particularly during the COVID-19 period and also post-COVID, particularly for the university. What is the challenge of shifting from online to offline again? Yeah, because usually we shifting from offline to online, but now we shifting from online to offline again. Okay.
Okay, I think that we're not going to be in a position where we're going to go back to how it was before. I think that's really important to acknowledge. That is that we know that we can teach and students can access resources electronically. So what that means for educators like me and you is that we have to be able to design our courses in a more flexible way. But when we design our classes for students to come into the classroom, which is where we want you to be, because it provides so many benefits, as I explained, the sense of belonging, collaborating with other students, getting to know your teachers, all of those sorts of things are very important. And those sorts of skills are going to be important. So when you go into the classroom, there has to be some value for you. There has to be, it shouldn't be a situation where you walk into a classroom and it's just something that you can already get online. So I think the challenge is being able to create an environment for employees, for students, for educators to feel like there's some value for them being back into a physical classroom. So it's not going to be how it was before, but we have to use the technology in a smart, engaging way, but add value to the classroom experience for students. So you want to come to class.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Yvette. And I think it's Prof. Fuadah can add the answer in the perspective of the use of digital technology in wakaf. Yeah?
I think he had mentioned about wakaf. I think from the digital economy, or the digital or Internet of Things, is make the transactions contribution much easier. I would say with the digital platform and digital of things, digital technology, is kind of a new sources of wealth. If Muslim world, through using the wakaf, if we can make a wakaf fund as a new wealth to give impactful to the society, I would say that is the advantages of digital technology. I would say maybe at the end of the world, di akhir dunia ini, mungkin sumber rezeki kita datang dari langit. Sumber dari langit. So I would say using the wakaf, which is Islamic social finance pooling or funding sources, we can also help and give impactful to the society itself, up until sehinggalah kita boleh membeli satellite using wakaf fund. That would be our dreams. It might be executing or not, but that is our cita-cita begitulah. Sehingga kan kita boleh menguasai satellite using wakaf. So that is a very important on how we are using digital technology to make our life easier, smarter, faster, and can be contribute as a new wealth using the Islamic social finance or specifically using wakaf. That. Thank you.
Prof. Asnawi would like to add? Okay.
Saya lebih cenderung untuk ya kehebatannya tambah enak sebenarnya. Kalau masuk itu satu kos-kosannya payu mas, itu biasanya begitu. Itu aja kan, kos-kosannya payu. Nah, kalau saya dari sisi ekonomi lebih teredukasi, kita lebih familiar terhadap teknologi. Biasanya kita lepas, tapi kita terus familiar. Nah, lalu bagaimana pasca Covidnya ya kita lebih enak memilih kan, apalagi ada keluasan untuk 25% bisa online atau daring gitu kan, ya itu lebih leluasa. Kalau kita misalkan sedang di luar kota ya mohon maaf izin, kita sedang Pak WD1, saya izin, saya dari luar, saya biasanya begitu. Menurut saya ini merupakan pembelajaran yang sangat luar biasa, yang sangat bermanfaat. Apapun yang kejadian dalam negara kita ini, suasana apapun saja, kalau saya sebagai orang ekonomi Islam mengatakan, Rabbana ma khalaqta hadza batila. Yang diciptakan Tuhan itu tidak akan pernah sia-sia. Terima kasih Bu Yudi, gitu aja ya. Naktatim hadir. Ya, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, there is 3 questions from offline. I will shifting to Zoom chat. Yeah, there is also a question. The first question is for Yvette. Yeah, from Muhammad Sultan, Dinas Koperasi Jatim for Cooperation East Java. Yeah. How do you think that bureaucratic culture can change by using the digitalization habit, especially in the leadership and team management, term?
Very good question. This is why this type of working has been so problematic, is because bureaucracy and the culture of presenteeism, that is where unless you're in the office and you're seen to be working, you might not be working, but you know it's perceived that you are, unless you're seen sitting at your desk, working sometimes very long hours and those sorts of things. That's part of that culture. So it's breaking those cultures down, and that goes back to those issues I talked about, particularly in places like Japan and South Korea, where the government have put in place policies where they're encouraging their citizens to rethink how to rethink work in terms of how people are managed. So the problem with that, though, is that issue I talked about with that BOSS or surveillance technology that's now being used by some managers that don't trust their employees to try and manage their productivity, which of course is, that goes back to that whole Taylorist idea of measuring widgets, which is not excuse me, not helpful. So that whole culture where people, to build trust between employees and their managers and build that trust between students and their teachers is something that I think that we need to spend some time on to try and break down that bureaucracy and those barriers and that illusion of power, really. You know, if I'm the manager, then I have the power over my employees, but that's not the case. It's got to be a more collaborative environment. So I think that government policy is really, really important in terms of in terms of thinking about how we encourage people to work from home, and that's going to help with climate change, with commuting, greenhouse gases, those sorts of very important climate change issues. But it's also things like taxation. So, for example, I said with Bali and the digital nomad visa, also in places like Spain, where people are encouraged from a government perspective to work in this way for taxation reasons. So they're either not taxed or they're taxed very little. So I don't think that's one simple answer. I think that there's government policy, there's culture, and there's acceptance, but also trust.
You still there? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the answer. And I think Prof. Fuadah can add the answer because especially the digitalization in cultural perspective, because we are Asian, so she has a lot of experience in bureaucracy.
Yeah, I agree. In Malaysia also, the bureaucracy and is in place. As we are in an Asian culture, we have kind of the bureaucracy and governance and everything. I think with the digital technology, some say it's disruptive to the traditional or bureaucracy way of working, to become more systematic and merit-based. I would say if you use the digital technology, the system will filter according to the requirement set by the organizer. So the organizer will set the requirement, so everyone have the chances to go into the system, right? And then the organizer will set the requirement. So in a way, the digital technology will uplift the system. So the bureaucracy is still there, but more on the systematical bureaucracy things using the technology. I think that's a good part of it because everyone have the chances to go into the system. As long as the usage of the system is not being fraud, not being scam ke whatever it is kan. The ethical values are not being hacked. Because nowadays we are facing the hack things. Some of the smart technologies, smart people, they know how to hack the system, on how to manipulate the system. So that is another thing that we have to think of it on top of the bureaucracy of Sting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next question, yeah, for offline in here. Is there any question? Okay.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Awalan ismahli ta'arufi nafsi ismi Ahmad Johari wa ana min qismi dirsati al-masrifi asy-syariah bi kulliyatil iqtisad bi jami'ah Maulana Malik Ibrahim al-Islami ahlu Qimah Malang. Binaan ala ardil bayanat minal muqaddimin, Indonesia hiya daulatul aksar ta'arudan li hajamati at-teknologi al-ma'lumat. Kaifa raddul mutahaddis an tasribil bitaqatil mukim fi Indonesia. Syukran hakata bini.
Thank you. I think it's for Prof Asnawi in Arabic.
طيب تكرر الأسئلة.
السؤال ألا وهي كيف رد المتحدث على تسريب بطاقة المقيم في إندونيسيا في هذه الحالة الآن. شكرا.
Coba Mas bahasa Arabnya. Yang dimaksud KTP. Oh.
Data pribadi, Pak.
Tayyib.
I think the question is about the e-identity, e-identity. Yeah. So, what is the challenge? Yeah. Okay. I think the question is related with the data security because we have the national identity which shifting from offline like card into the e-identity, and there is a data security breach. So according to the experience from Australia, Yvette, how the government cope with those challenges with the cyber security regarding the national data, particularly for the identity for the citizen.
Yes. I don't know, did you see that in Australia we've just had a big data hack with Optus? So over the last few days, the Optus was hacked and there were nearly 10 million Australians affected by a data breach, and it included passport numbers, Medicare numbers, which is that's almost like our identity number, I suppose. Driver's license numbers, all of those numbers were affected, and why Optus had all that data about people is a question, but this is a huge issue with data breaches. So what happens with in Australia is we have privacy legislation, but it's not strong enough. So people in Australia at the moment, over the last few days, have been lining up to get their driver's license changed, their passport numbers changed, etc., because they don't know to what extent their details have been compromised from an identity theft perspective. So although we have all this wonderful technology, in order for some of this technology to work well, big data, the Internet of Things we were talking about before, being able to, that means that these organisations are collecting more and more data about us, information about us, and some of that is very private information, which is very easy to hack, and then we end up with identity theft. So that is a very big story in Australia, going on right now.
Okay, thank you, Yvette. Yeah, currently in Indonesia we are experiencing data breach related with the national identity, and also I think it's related with the health insurance as well. So this is kind of like big homework for our government to cope with those threats and also the challenge. And yeah, because it's shifting from offline, it's actually we are paper-based at the beginning, and then suddenly we have everything should be in online version, should be in e-government, and that one is kind of like really interesting, probably for the hacker to try to breach the information. Thank you for the answer. Yeah, is it answer your question?
Ya, alhamdulillah ana faham. Ya, syukran jazilan ala al-jibah. Hakadha minni, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, next question please. Yes, from the corner. Yeah.
Terima kasih. My name is Avani from accounting. My question, Prof. Yvette, what your opinion if the government regulation to work from anywhere from civil center, from civil servant? Terima kasih.
Working anywhere from?
What your opinion if the government regulation to work from anywhere for civil servant?
Okay, okay. This is interesting questions because it's dealing with the government. How about working anywhere, using teleworking, especially for the government? What is the challenge? Because it's, government is like dealing with the service for the society. What will be the challenge?
Exactly. So it depends. A lot of government agencies. So So government agencies, federal government agencies in the US, there is in the United States, they have policies where you can some of them can work from home, and sometimes that's been very important, not just because of the pandemic, but because of other emergency situations. So for example, in Florida right now, they've got a hurricane. So that, so what that means is, of course, people can't travel, but they can't go to work, but people still need services, right? People still need some way to access those services. So having that flexibility and having the technology, particularly, you know, if it's working, you still need the workers to be able to provide those services to people in need. And certainly in the Australian experience, in the federal government, there are some departments that can do some form of telework, some form of working from home, but most of them still work in an office. And particularly, you know, because there are a lot of services that have to be customer facing. So if you need to get a new driver's license, for example, you know, you need to go and talk to somebody, you need to have your photo taken, you need all of those sorts of services. So it's really piecemeal. It's not really, it's really difficult sometimes just to, and then it depends on the government as to what policies they have as well. So I think the key, though, is that it depends what data they're working with. So if they're working with particularly sensitive data, it's better for them to be working in a central office where they've got all of that security in place, because you don't really want those data breaches to occur because of human error. So in some very sensitive areas where employees are dealing with citizens' data, they really do need to be in an office unless there is a very high level of security. So, for example, in my job as an academic, you know, I can do work from home, but if I'm dealing with, you know, and even dealing with student data and those sorts of things, it's okay, you know, it's pretty much protected. But in some government agencies, they really are dealing with very highly sensitive data, like medical data, for example, and data, you know, in the, so for example, people that are in the court system, those sorts of things.
Okay. Thank you, Yvette. The one is the question from Arhani from accounting is the last questions, talking about the security especially, and also teleworking is very interesting, and especially is related with this condition. And I think the Indonesian government nowadays is trying to resolve that, and some of the department they kind of like giving a shifting who will working online and who will stay working offline. So it can be flexible, but like Yvette said, certain department which is related with the data security and related with the sensitive data probably need more attention dealing with the teleworking or work from anywhere. I think really interesting discussions, and I would like to thank you all for the participant and also for our keynote speakers. Please give applause to all of us. Yeah. Okay. And before Yvette leaving the room, we would like, the committee would like to give the certificate of appreciation for becoming one of our great speakers for today's conference.
Oh, thank you very much. That's lovely.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you.
The one is the e-certificate for Associate Professor Yvette Blount. Yeah. And also we would like to take your picture together with all of the participants and also with the keynote speaker online. Okay.
Okay, and now we will hand over a certificate to speakers and moderators. Please come forward, Dean and the Vice Deans, to hand over the certificate and take some documentation.
Yvette, please stay because we we will also give the certificate for our other keynote speakers, and we can take a picture together via Zoom. Okay.
Okay, please give applause for our great speakers today.
Once again, thank you for our keynote speakers, our great audience, and also all of the participants online and offline. I would like to special thank to Associate Professor Yvette Blount, which is join us with today via Zoom. I would like to visit you one day, yeah, after the COVID finish. Hopefully next year. Hopefully next
I hope so. I hope so.
Yes, and I'm looking forward to work some project with you. Okay, thank you so much, Yvette, and you may leave the Zoom. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Nice to meet you all.
Yeah,
Thank
nice
you.
to meet you too. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of the program for the international conference. Hopefully we can meet full offline next year, ICONIES, hopefully. And once again, please give applause to all of us. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now I will hand it over the program back to Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Juniarti. What a great conference and very interesting. Wish that all of us are very happy to get a lot of new knowledge. And also, congratulations for those who have did their prize. And next, we will have lunch and prayer time for around 1 hour. All of guests and audience can take some food in front of the hall and go to pray on the backstage. But one thing is for sure, for all presenter of call of paper session, please be ready on Zoom meeting at 12:45. The presenters that have arrived here can take this place to stand by. Bagi peserta presenter diharapkan untuk standby secara online pada pukul 12.45 waktu Indonesia Barat. Bagi para presenter yang hadir secara offline disediakan tempat di ruangan ini. Dan kami persilahkan untuk menikmati hidangan makan siang di depan aula. Dan untuk para audiens mahasiswa, kami persilahkan ke lantai 4 untuk mengambil konsumsinya. Dan untuk melaksanakan sholat bisa dilaksanakan di belakang panggung atau di backstage. Dan kami ulangi lagi, untuk acara call for paper akan dimulai pada pukul 12.45 waktu Indonesia Barat.
Wasolna ila nihayatil barnamij hadha sobah wa nahnu kamuddomin na'tadir idha kanat hunaka akhto fil kalam.
And hopefully this event can provide benefits for all of us. Amin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. untuk para audien mahasiswa bisa mengambil